noise campaigns have been ridiculous, and I just wanted to be here and on live. Maybe they'll stop the noise campaign now that I'm live. Maybe they won't. Usually they don't care. They go ahead, but sometimes they might not. So, um, but yeah, I really just wanted to speak out because, like, um, it has been like there's been so much chaos, so much noise, motors, early in the morning, and so uh, yeah. However, the reason I mention is they might slow down is because once I got my tripod and put my phone there, there's been less. There was some noise though, but yeah, we'll see. But I just wanted to clarify that that's where I'm at right now. Like I've been going through a serious harassment campaign and noise campaign, and yeah. So we tried everything. Probably gonna be like the other days. Got a lot of work to do, so I made some bread, and I'm learning how to make bread. So it's a process, and I wanted to make it right. So I tried a few times, and it turned out right finally. So that's good. But I got a mess to clean, and yeah, I can't believe how quiet it is right now. But I'm very happy it is. And this has, I mean, so strengthened my resolve to fight this and speak out peacefully. Peacefully fight this and speak out. Meaning, stay strong, do good for myself, and speak out. I'm not even sure if like they're sharing it with people. I don't know if they are. Maybe they are. I hope so. But I'm really going through it right now with these people who are harassing us, like targeted individuals. The system and this program right now has gotten so out of control. They're very abusive, and yeah, like I'm a United States citizen, and just wanted to let everybody know that it's not like what people think here. Um, there is a system of social control that has been put into place, and they are interfering with the lives and potential of targeted individuals. We're not free like we used to be, and they do psychological pains, they interfere with our sleep. It's torture, and that's why I have the camera on, and I just want to speak out. I don't even know if it's being shared, but I think it is. Um, you know, what I mean is like, who are they sharing it with? Like, just the general public, or specifically like um, gang stalkers? What they call them online is perps. Some people call them shills. Um, and it's because they're involved with abuse. They harass people. They try to basically destroy their destiny. Like, if they have potential, you know, these people interfering with their sleep, harassing them through the day, following them around in the store, doing hand signs. You're trying to sleep, they do a noise campaign. You wake up and walk into your living room to do a workout or post a video, and they hit you with a noise campaign before you get on the video. This type of stuff is it's ridiculous. And yeah, so today's video might be somewhat different than my previous ones because they've really ramped it up, and a lot of targeted individuals online say that at certain times they'll ramp it up and other times it'll be less. So I just wanted to clarify going live, like it's quieted down. And so yeah, probably like I will do a stretching session later. I'm just gonna like go make my breakfast, and actually I'm gonna make a healthier choice because of all of this. Like you can't like eat something like fried or something like that if you've already been hit hard with some harassment and noise campaign, and then it's not a good idea to like eat something like fat food or junky food, like fattening food. I mean, so you don't want to do that. And so I'm gonna go make me a salad and some tea, and I'll return and do a stretching session. And hello to the commenter. I can't quite read it from here, but thank you for commenting and thank you for the likes. They like to do an extra rev up their motor. They already have like a loud motor, but they'll rev it up. And then you have an airplane like off in the distance going by at the same time. What was I gonna say? Another thing, they'll honk. They like to honk when they go by, etc. But I also like to have a balance. Like I'm here to speak out about what they're doing and show people what they're doing, but at the same time, like I don't want to focus 100% on them. Like I want to reach my potential. And I think a lot of targeted individuals have potential, and that's part of the reason why they feel it's even more important that they hold you down. Like you may be a free thinker or have opinions they don't like, and if they see that you also have potential, they're gonna do all of these, noise campaigns, smear campaigns, follow you around, harassment, etc. They're gonna do all of that. So yeah. So basically, what I was saying there is, I just don't like. I want to be here for that reason. I feel like it's important because this has to stop. I want to reach my potential. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be shadow banned or whatever. Hopefully, I'm not. But definitely, they're interfering with my destiny for sure. So, and I don't want that to happen. So I feel like you have to speak out. You want to keep your free speech. You have to speak out. Use it. At the same time, like that part of their intention is to make your life negative, and what they're doing is so negative. You know what I mean? It's not even like uh, it's not like you're just in general just being negative. No, you are speaking out. It's like if somebody has cancer and then they're like, but I don't want to be negative. Like, so I mean, I'm feeling all these symptoms and there's these problems and pain, etc. But like, I don't want to be negative. Like, it's not that. You know what's gonna happen? It's not. It's not good. So, so actually, you have to be realistic and address it. So, so there it is. That's basically why I make sure to post these videos. It's not that I'm trying to be negative, but it is what it is. So, at the same time, balance. So I gotta go eat. I'll be right back. I'll choose a healthier breakfast. That's another thing that I wanted to say is the best thing you can do is use it to motivate you. with this. A coleslaw mix. Very healthy, good for you. It's so good. I'm gonna be so happy that I had a light meal. Especially when I have my other food. Like, I can save that. And it's nice knowing you have it, but you don't have to eat it right away. Like, I remember someone talking about how stress can have an effect on the body physically. Like, what these people are doing to us is so toxic. that it can actually physically make us sick. It's important for us to eat healthy when we're going through stress like this. Um, Not to mention like what it does to our future. It's 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 wrong. It's terrible. But yeah, cabbage is very healthy, and I think fermented cabbage is like one of the healthiest foods you can possibly eat. So although I eat my cabbage fresh, I think it's probably quite healthy still. I've been working a lot. I've been making bread like on the daily. I wanted to get it right, and I did, and I'm happy about that. Today's gonna be a laid back video, so if you like that style of video, you'll like this. Excuse me. A lot of times after I eat healthy food, I don't know if that means they're like, what's the word for that? Like alkaline, I think, or something. And I'm so happy because I was doing pretty good. I've been pretty active and not eating too much, and I was basically taking a break because I was tired, but I did good for a break. And so I felt like I did good. And then, like, I, ordered, like I said, some, you know, junk food basically, and then all of that noise campaign started up, and like with the music and everything, and over the last few days, the noise campaigns have been so bad, but especially today, it was crazy. Like I couldn't sleep. And you know what I was thinking? Although I only woke up a few times last night, like before all of the noise campaigns and stuff, I would sleep the whole night through every single night. I didn't wake up in the night. Now, uh, I wake up throughout the night. Not too much, maybe just a few times. Thank God for that. But in the morning, even though it was early, like it was just one thing after another. Plus, I was woken up at night last night. So in the morning, I wanted to get some extra sleep, but it was just noise after noise after noise. You fall asleep, they'll wake you back up. They'll wake you back up. And so here I am trying to tell my story because, you know, when the system is overlooking this and involved with it, like when you try to reach out for help and they're involved, then it's like, what do you do if not speak out? And like they're fighting you. So even if you're peaceful, um, that doesn't mean someone's not gonna like attack you. And that's what's happening to me. Uh, and so therefore, of course, I remain peaceful. But my point there was, like, you should do something. Like, for example, you can use it as motivation to eat healthier. I know that may sound funny, but that's my way of fighting it. Is not letting it drag me down and actually doing, because I think a lot of people it does drag them down, but yeah, actually doing better than you would have had it not been for this. Because actually, originally, I'm not really that ambitious of a person. This made me ambitious, more ambitious, because um, it's out of control. And I'm just gonna give a minute for okay, so yeah, like what I was saying is, although I was not that ambitious, I do believe I had potential, and I still have potential. And so why not, If they see that potential in you, why not try? If they're literally dragging you through the mud, and yeah, so the music and the motors have been pretty bad lately, and I don't know. It's if it's not one thing, it's another. I'm gonna use this moment to stretch. see how it fits. Like the so started to cover like, but yeah, whatever. Um, so all those years that I went with gallstones and severe pain, they really did a number on my back, and I literally have to lay here because some of the muscles in my back are being overtaxed. And the only way for me to correct that is fighting. Even if this is what looks like fighting for me, this isn't. You know, they may have kept me up at night, especially in the early morning, and done their harassment and their noise campaigns, etc. They may be, blocking my potential, sabotaging my future, all of that. So trust me, getting out of bed and getting in here and getting on live and stretching, it's more than it looks like it is. But if I am to get anywhere, this is the road. I remember sitting in the hospital waiting room and I was having a gallstone attack, and at that time, I didn't know it was a gallstone attack. And some other guy, they rushed him in and said, "He's got gallstones, send him immediately back. He's having a gallstone attack." And looking back at that now, it's like, we just knew right away. Like, why were they not saying that for me? And I suffered in severe pain with gallstones for years. I almost died. So, this back correction is very necessary. Like, my spine. Like, I would always be hunched over in pain. And with gallstone attacks, like, some episodes are so severe, and when you've had them that long, it's like the pain lingers. It lessens during the day, but it lingers, and then you get an attack, and it's just like excruciating. And I had that for over 10 years. That was my 20s, like excruciating pain. And I always told myself that when I get these gallstones out, I'm gonna be so motivated. And I was so motivated, and I was trying hard and discovered that I was getting gang stalked and harassed. But yeah, I was trying so hard that I'd be in the park all the time, walking miles, and my legs cramped up really bad, and I had to go through physical therapy. That's how hard I tried. I temporarily overused my legs, and I couldn't walk that much. Like my legs would cramp up, so I really had to slow down. And they're using every opportunity they can whenever I go anywhere to attack me and harass me and add to, even if I'm like having a problem like with my legs, they will still do that. It's a atrocious program that they've got going on in the United States these days, and it needs to stop. Like for this country to reach its potential, the individuals within it need to reach theirs. And holding people down like that, ganging up on them, is despicable. It's disgusting. And I'm still trying my best. Sounds like we've got another noise campaign going on. Boom, 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 boom. That's the music. And yeah, here I am, still trying. I've been through torture and abuse, and when I realized that that's what was happening, it got so much worse. house literally shook. I don't know what that was. But yeah. It's been like a big shock or something because the whole world shook. The weird thing is it wasn't super loud. Usually like, but yeah. Anyway. Hi, hello, how are you? Yeah, today is a back therapy day for me. I kind of wish I could just get on with it and do the stuff I've got to do today, but my back is tired. And I think it's mostly because, like, I took a break from my back and I didn't really rest because I was sitting up. If you saw my previous videos, you might have seen that I mentioned, like, my back was getting tired and then I took a break. Well, the thing is, I didn't really rest, and so now my back's still tired. But I want to keep making these videos. Like, the harassment is getting worse and worse, and who knows how bad it is for some people. It just feels so important that I do this. I really hope a movement starts. I really hope a movement starts and things start getting exposed about all this corruption. And I really hope a movement starts because it has to. They're silencing us, they're holding us down. Like, we need to speak out. They're silencing us, they're canceling us. And they're like stopping us from reaching our potential. Like, it's like all out on us. And then since it's the system, like, what can we do? Right? Like, they're the ones involved. At least they're overlooking it. Something has to change. Something has to. Because it feels like they're getting close to like permanently getting, like, grasping that power to where no one can ever get it back. With the modern technology, like, they've got so much influence. They can bend reality. Like, there's so much technology these days that they could actually, like, bend people's perception of reality. And if they don't like you, they can spin a narrative and they can really work on you and then others as well. And it's like, this topic needs to be talked about. Like, that is what this movement, this change should be based on. How they're, taking control of all this power, taking control of people, um, doing social control, social engineering. and abusing people, stealing their destiny, blocking their future, hindering them from reaching their potential. That's what they're doing. And I think a lot of people that it's happening to don't even know. It can be very subtle, but it has an effect. You're trying to study, and they'll make noise for like 30 minutes straight. Noise over here, noise over there. Maybe you're not even consciously aware why you can't focus. Then they ask you, oh, can you do this or that? You get a call, you get a text. Or, someone you don't know starts talking to you. There are ways to what if that person had a lot of potential? There are subtle and very easy ways to distract them, which has a huge impact, although the method is subtle. Like, it can change your life. Like, you could be about to read a book that will change your life and put you in that direction, but they saw your potential and they knew you liked that particular subject, and they knew you had potential there, and so they subtly distract you. This is the type of stuff that they do, and it's social control. They want to choose who has power and who doesn't. But what's really bad is they are choosing that. And they're choosing who is free, who gets to speak, who gets to be heard. They get to choose that as well. And who they allow to be abused. And you know what? I'm not ashamed that I have to lay here. They did this to me. They should be ashamed of what they've done to me. Like, I feel like somehow, like, I've leveled up internally, whereas, like, the things that I used to say, I tried to practice, but now I'm ready to really fight to eat healthier. Fight to not let this drag me down. Fight to recover. And you have to, because when you try, they're going to attack you. They're going to try to distract you. You need to focus. This is serious. Like they're literally trying to destroy us. So yeah, it's serious. They're liars, cheaters, and thieves, and they come to destroy. So that's who we're dealing with here. We have to fight back in a peaceful way. They're not playing fair. They're not peaceful. I know that. I know that. I just wanted to make that clear. I know about that. But choosing to upgrade yourself as a way of fighting is a good choice. That's what I want to also make clear. That's a good choice. I think the choice they've made when they do that is a bad choice. Sometimes I tell myself, they hate this because it's true. They do. Like when I do something like this, have a healthy breakfast and, you know, work on my spine, they hate that. Or at least that's the way they make it seem. They try to fight, they try to distract, etc., abuse, harass, psyops, etc. And this has been happening to me since I was young. This has been going on for me for a long time. And they're still doing it. And they've caused a lot of trauma. They have. And these people are sick. And I really want to make myself, like basically, I want to do the best I can. Like whatever's possible. Like right now, it's possible for me to lay here and work on my spine. So if it's possible, I need to try that. They make a lot of stuff impossible as far as achieving something in the world. They'll really work on you when you try that. once again, I'd like to reiterate that the United States is not what it seems. It's not. People are being harassed, abused, gang stalked with organized harassment. And the system either turns a blind eye to it or is actively involved. And that's what it seems like because this is so systemic. It's everywhere you go. So, and of course, I love all of the good things about the United States. But I think we're losing some of that. We're losing it. And a lot of people are too, uh, you know, living it up to realize that. You know, like for example, when they say, oh, it's free, social media or whatever, and then they take all your privacy, they take your data, they take this and that, they take, and then they sell it. That's how they get their money. But they're so happy it's free, right? So that's what I mean. They're living it up. But at what cost? What is this costing us? Well, the United States is no longer what it used to be. And what we still have, we need to preserve. And what we've lost, we need to regain. And this abuse has to stop. This country is changing rapidly in a way where people's rights are being taken away. That's really bad. So let's get that back. So yeah, basically I feel like I doubled down, uh, like, fighting back in a positive way, and they hit me hard and consistently for a while now since I started doing those more hard-hitting videos. Then they started hitting me, and therefore I'm gonna triple down, but I'm not gonna do it in an unwise way. Like for example, when I first got started, I got my gallstones out, thank God, and they did eventually take my gallstones out. So there's hope. Uh, just wanted to let everyone know that I was so grateful when that finally happened. Although I wish they were able to let me know sooner that I needed that surgery. I wish that happened, but although it took a long time, I finally got my gallstones out, and I was so grateful, and I still am. But then, like I said, I was so motivated after that, and I didn't yet know that I should have went very slow, and I overdid it and overworked my legs. Couldn't walk much for a while. Had to go through physical therapy, and over that time, I was really getting bombarded, and it seemed like they really wanted to drain out that motivation I built up, and I'm not going to let it happen. I'm not going to let it happen. As a matter of fact, that has inspired me more. I doubled down, and you hit me harder, and now I'm tripling down, and I'm going to do it in a wiser way. Because before, I talking too much and physically active too much that I wasn't ready for. So basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt myself. Um, and now that I'm aware of that, I'll just, go slow. But I am tripling down in a way of commitment. I'm committed to my country, and I know what it was before, and I see what it is now, and I've seen the abuse for a long time, and I'm tripling down. Also, there's so much propaganda out there, and people who are like pretending to be targeted individuals, but really they're just trying to discredit the movement. Um, and yeah, I don't want to talk too much about that. And I'm not going to say anyone in specific because this program by design is made to be confusing. And one of the ways is like maybe the person who's talking about this, which seems like nonsense, was actually listening to a perp, a shill, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to be vulgar in my speech, but let's just say they were talking to a spreader of disinformation who was consciously aware of what they were doing to make real targeted individuals look, out of it or whatever. And then, so the person that you're hearing saying that might actually be getting all these noise campaigns and they're like frazzled, etc. And then they went and looked for answers and they heard, someone who was actually just trying to get them even further discredited and looking even more, And so how can you say who's who? Maybe this is an abused person who's really going through it and buying into some stuff they're being sold. And the person, like the gang stalkers who do that, they're not doing the same kind of gang stalking. They will make the message sound real nice, then they got good production value, maybe they can put nice music or whatever, or maybe they don't. Maybe they're gonna put a low budget one to make it look more real, whatever. That's not my point actually. Because like even with that, like I said, you never know. They are trying to be confusing, but my whole point here is how are they getting away with that level of deception? They are working hard to get that grasp on that power and ability to abuse people, ability to control their lives and social control in general as a greater goal. That is obvious. That's what they're practicing. And I'm here to expose it. Because it's happening to me. I don't want it to happen to others. And I don't want it to happen to me anymore. I just want them to stop. So. And it could be like tempting to crunch on a bag of potato chips, like even right now. And that's actually where I first started saying I have to fight, is like when, because one of the ways that they work is like trying to bait you into anger or cause you a downfall, a self-destructive downfall. Okay, that is what I'm talking about. You have to fight back in a peaceful way. The peaceful way is resisting. When it comes to, they want you to react, if they want you to get angry, if they want to agitate you, if they want to distract you, if they want to cause you downfall, resisting pretty much covers all of those. Resist that. Thank God that I can happily say that it does seem that in this country, the United States, we still have some like possibilities, right? Like for example, we can choose to eat healthier, etc., or like I have an opportunity to lay here. Um, and while I have those things, I should. This is real. This is reality YouTube. Do you know the rarity of that? If you're a targeted individual, you probably do. This is something very rare. This is reality YouTube. Like, back in the day, when YouTube first started, I felt like it was real. Like, this is real. Like, these are other people, like, living their lives, and at that time, they had supposed reality television that was so fake. And television in general was so fake. And it still is. Like, even the things that they say are true and real are not. But anyways, but maybe there is some reality out there. I don't know. I don't have the ability to watch every single channel all day. But from what I've seen, it's pretty bad. That's what I can say. And yeah. So back then they did, like, the reality trend was happening, and it was probably somewhat scripted. And I think I remember reading articles about how, yeah, like it was almost like how they kind of like try to nudge, a targeted individual. They were kind of like, that's probably part of the like early stages of it, or no, it's probably been going on a lot longer, but some of that was involved. And they don't call it street theater for no reason. There's a reason for that. But anyway, um, let's see. So now YouTube has changed, in my opinion. Like, in general, the most viewed stuff is like, for lack of a better word, corporate. And like, if you want to really get somewhere, you have to have a team. A team. And the whole thing is so big that you individually don't really know the extent of everything going on with your channel, which is one of the benefits, by the way. If you're a targeted individual, your whole process is real, and so real, and you are very much in tune with the whole process, although it's going to be hard because, wow, look what you're up against. Not just like in the field of, YouTube in general, but then there are people like in your vicinity who are trying to harass, distract, abuse, etc. you, and then on top of that, they have fake YouTube channels. So yeah, I know there's a lot, but there is some nuggets of gold in that coal. And one of them is, you're the real deal, and you are possibly someone who will help to heal the country and change the future for the better. And what you are doing is so necessary, and I'm sure you know that is true. So there's that. But these days, with the way culture is, the glitz and the glam, teams of people, oh, look how smooth. Is there a soul? No. But are they looking? No. So that's unfortunate. What we value as a culture could kind of maybe be like if like right now I'm spreading awareness and clarifying that issue, that would help, you know, if my message was able to get out there and if I wasn't being attacked all the time and I was actually supported, etc., I can probably make a difference in that regard, which is probably one of the reasons they don't like me. Okay, I've got to get some work done around the house. I was thinking if we have some viewers, I'll take the camera with me, but we don't. So if you're watching this video later when it's posted, I'll try to at least come back and talk if I have an idea or something like that. Or maybe I'll probably bring the camera in there eventually. Okay, let me. One thing that I wanted to say is, especially if you're a targeted individual, I think they work to make it seem even worse, like the way the country's going. And they work on you to make it seem even worse. But it is pretty bad. Like I gave some legit solid reasons, rational reasons for what's happening and what's going wrong. But yeah, I guess I was gonna say they make it seem, but no, like if that's what they're doing to you, that's what they're doing to you. You know what I mean? If you're feeling that way, there's a reason. Um, I kind of just wanted to, add some positivity, but again, I talked about that earlier. Why, like, it's good if it's necessary, but if it's not actually applicable, then it's probably harmful. So I talked about that earlier. So I don't want to come in here and say, oh, maybe it just seems a little worse than it is, because let's be realistic here. So yeah, sticking to my sticking to my plan of tripling down here. See, like as soon as I walked in there, like my neighbor on that side started a super loud car. I don't know, but anyways, sometimes like as soon as you start to do something, they want to start that off. And I talked about that earlier. Like as soon as I get up and go in the living room, they start a noise campaign and start you off frazzled. And I also talked about how they try to distract you. And yeah, it turns out it was over here. But my point is, like, when you kind of like start a new like project or whatever, they will make a loud noise, and that has an effect. Like whether you're consciously aware of it or not, that has an effect, and it really sucks. And they want you to get angry. Like they're abusing you, they're getting away with it. But don't get angry. Focus on the fact that they're doing that because they don't want you to do well. So do well. You know what I mean? They don't want you to basically move forward. And also, they want to frazzle you. And so, grounding is very important. Breathing. I rebuke all negative intention and ill will sent toward me. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. And though, like, I think the system uses like really bad characters that are vile, narcissistic, will totally abuse you and not feel bad about it. They enjoy it. And that may be because they want them a permanent underclass and they want them to do their bidding, and they love that. And they will have them, they will send them to free thinkers who would actually pose a challenge, you know, a peaceful challenge with words and free speech, etc. That type of a real challenge. And I'm not trying to make myself like, I know that I'm only one person and I've got groups of people working on me and everything. And like, I already just showed you, like, sometimes doing my best is just getting up and laying on the floor, right? So I just want to make that clear. But no, if we all, like, if free thinkers who are being attacked with noise campaigns, etc., if we realize the seriousness of this situation and be aware that it is so wrong, okay, we can do something. We can speak out. We can create change, okay, in a peaceful way. And it can happen that way. It can. Okay, so it seems like the system wants a permanent underclass that they can, you know, that will do their bidding. And unfortunately, we're paying the price. Like, unfortunately, we're feeling the pain of what they're doing. wanted to share is like before the gang stalking became so overt, like I had so much energy, and now to this day I feel drained. I feel tired, lethargic. But what I'm thinking is I just need to work out my way, like work out, and then I'm gonna feel more energetic over time. Maybe not right away, but like over time. And that has to start the right way for reasons I explained earlier. And they really want to disrupt that. They do, like they really try. Like I really want to just have some chips with dip and sit down and just really hope that it's gonna change. Like I really want to do that. I was like, I'm just gonna sit here, eat my chips, and enjoy what I can, and then hope that it changes. But that is the way we got ourselves into this situation as a nation, right? So we need to, like, I'm trying to practice what I feel like needs to happen as a country. Like if everyone did that, I think that would be very good for the country. So I feel like I should try to practice that myself. But yeah, my point was to mention that I am feeling drained, like so tired, and like the what I mentioned was actually another thing, like, which is when you're going through all this stress, you just want to like eat and relax or whatever. But on top of that, I also feel literally physically drained as well. So even when I choose to not do that and I practice doing the right things, like it's so difficult because I'm so tired. But the good thing there is it does make me feel like I do see what they see in me. The potential, I see it when I do this. Like when I struggle through all the pain that they've caused me and feeling as drained and as tired as I am, I'm still moving forward like that. Makes me feel like, okay, I get it. I didn't have any protein with my salad, so I'll probably make an egg and then I'll help. We've got some loud music, we've got some noise going on, and sometimes I practice grounding. Like I'll walk around and just ground. Focus on the good. Thank you for the likes. I got 3 likes. All right. Thank you. Okay, I think I got a package in my phone. Sorry about that. The camera, like my tripod, it's a good one. I like it, but in that particular way, it doesn't really work so good. Sometimes it'll move this way, but the rest of them are pretty good. This one, like right here, I've tried to find the right screw for this, but doesn't seem to be there. That's okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm feeling like, although I feel tired and everything, I feel so motivated. Like, I feel hopeful that there will be a different future for the country, a different direction, and one of the reasons that I feel that way is it's so obviously necessary. It's so obviously necessary. They're out of control. How interesting that the people in control are totally out of control. And they're in cahoots with low-life abusers to traumatize and trigger their victims. Pretty bad. And I heard someone say recently, okay, I'm gonna let it. So yeah, I feel more inspired than ever. Although I'm tired and everything like that, I feel so inspired because, like, well, there's a lot of a reason to be inspired. And yeah, like I said earlier, that's how I'm tripling down right now, is in commitment. Um, Keeping it peaceful, obviously. It's funny because, like, so beat down and like put into a box that like I'm very like not capable of much um, as far as physically. But I know that the more they harass me, the harder I'm gonna try. Um, but it's not about that anyways. It's about using your intellect. It's about using your voice. Uh, they are using aggressive methods, and I actually don't think that's the way. Um, thank God for that. Also, like interfering with someone's life to like distract them, interfering with them to try to scare them or intimidate them. I heard someone recently say that's literally the definition of terrorism. When you're trying to intimidate them to not speak out, you're trying to put fear into them. That's terrorism. Like, and yeah, I thought that was interesting. I was like, I know how bad it feels and I know how wrong it feels. But to put it like that is like, wow, yeah, we've got some bad stuff going on in this country right now. And I feel motivated. I feel inspired to be part of history. It is unfortunate that they seem to have the system on their side. I think the system wants to power grab, and it's going to use people like that to do so to keep that power like permanent. So that's pretty bad. Hmm. Yeah, and so while they're out there terrorizing us, they're getting away with it. They're backed by the system, and they're terrorizing people who are free thinkers, who would try to like stand up against that in a peaceful way, in an intellectual way, and point out why it's wrong and not partake in that. That's who's being attacked, like by these people, and they're being supported by the system, and the system's overlooking it, if not funding it and supporting it, in order to power grab. they try to make it look different than what it is. It's covert. I had a bath last night, a salt bath. I recommend a salt bath. I'm also gonna clip my nails right now. I live in California, and it's like cancel culture on steroids, and just spin the narrative, and oh man, you couldn't imagine what they can do, and it's just overwhelming and pervasive. But I like to think of myself as so I was born and raised here in California, and um, I mean, not that that is the point of what I'm going to say. The point of what I'm going to say is I believe that I'm actually the type of person that was around when it actually got, some foundation, when it got built, and I'm artistic and creative. That's my point. I mentioned in a video previously that I was born here, and I remember when I watched it back, some people might love to take that the wrong way. My point there was that I had seen what it was like. We've got a noise campaign going on. My point there was, they would love me to lose this train of thought. My point there was that I have seen what it was like a long time ago. Like when I was born, growing up, I saw, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that loud music. You didn't even have to have a fence. I remember my grandparents saying they didn't need to lock the doors. A very different place. A very, very different place. That was my point. Things have changed, not all for the good. That was my point, and I've seen it. That's my point. So yeah. And by the way, I am part Hispanic, by the way. Just thought I would, I mean, if it's not obvious, which maybe it's not, but I'm part Hispanic, and part of that is Native American as well. So Native American of the North Americas and Native American of the South Americas, as well as Spanish and Irish and Italian, Finnish, etc. So Irish. So yeah, but there's actually a lot. I had a 23andMe. There was, but that was the majority, I think, what I mentioned. Hopefully I didn't forget something, but I think that's the majority. But really all over the place. So it was majority Irish, British, I think, and then the second one would have been Hispanic, which is Spanish and Native American. So, and they would love to paint me out just in a totally wrong way, and they'll keep going with it. I can be Hispanic, and I can say that's not my point. They'll keep going with it. It's you can't mention the problems. You can't mention the change. And if you do, you're going to be this, whether you are or not. because this is creative. This is no, I was born here. No, this is not what it was. Not at all. This is a corruption of that. This is like the dream turned nightmare, is what this is. And I know it because I was born here. So I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? I'm not saying what they would try to portray me as saying. No, I'm saying I've seen what has changed. So. And they hate that I just clarified that. They hate that because that's one of their favorites. That's one of their cards that they love to throw. Well, no, that's impossible. But they'll run with stuff no matter what. They'll keep running with it. I can tell it how it is. And you shouldn't get away with painting me out to be something that I'm not because I'm speaking the truth. You shouldn't be able to get away with that. It's happening though. Oh, way beyond that. It's abuse. You know, that's already popular. What I'm talking about there, that's like a cultural trend. But it's way beyond that. It gets into cancel culture and then it goes further. Like in your vicinity, cancel culture. Like, can't have potential, can't have a career. You're wiped out. And then we're going to still continue to abuse you and stress you out, which is literally killing you over time, slowly. That's pretty bad. See, when I talked about something quite important and quite controversial there, they really sent a fast, loud motor revving by, if you noticed that. They would have loved me to get nervous and say something that I don't even mean. They would have loved that. Well, who cares that it's not reality? We spun it and it worked. That's what they want. They would celebrate that lie. That's the sick people we're dealing with. They want to traumatize you, and then when you get triggered, paint you out as a villain. When in reality, you're just showing signs of trauma from abuse. Oh, they love to make you feel bad after you've been triggered, like the abuse they've done to you has been triggered, and then they love to capitalize on that and double down. They caused the abuse and they're gonna like blame you for being triggered. Like right now, I feel so grateful to God for making me a revolutionary, like a revolutionary. And I mean that in the way of a person who is different and so different. I'm not sure if that's the actual definition, but that's how I mean it. A revolutionary thinker. And I'm not saying that I'm like smart or so smart, but I do know for a fact that I think different. And I don't think I'm like, so for me, I think like I'm sensitive. So and they abuse me because of it. They take advantage because like all of the abuse that I've mentioned, like imagine if on top of that you're sensitive. Like it would affect you more than the average person. But it's already bad enough to affect anyone. Even someone who's not sensitive. They might not even be aware that it's happening, but it is having an effect. And canaries are sensitive. And so we are the canaries in the coal mines. Sensitive people who are also like different and free thinkers, they're going after us. And some of us are following. And it's like one car after another, and it's a weekday. Everybody's supposed to be at work right now, like, and it's one loud motor after another. Like it's a work hour. Where are all these loud cars coming from? Why is everything so busy? I don't live in the city, and that's another thing that I remembered. Like the place that I live is called the city, but I did clarify what I was talking about in the video, and that was I was saying I don't live in a big city where there's like, thousands of people in high rises. I don't live in a place like that. But the noise is like I do, and therefore it's different. It hits different because you know that you are being targeted and they're making extra noise around you. You don't live in the city, but it sounds like it with loud blasting music and cars going by 24/7, and they just so happen to have loud motors. And they just so happen to rev it up and honk. It's distracting. And if you're a free thinker and you've got potential, you should be able to achieve a better future for the world. But they don't want that. They're the permanent underclass and they love what they're getting. And they're more than happy to be narcissistic and don't care about the abuse they're doing to you. They enjoy it. That is how it seems. And I like to say that is how it seems. Because, of course, you can't be 100% clear on what exactly is going on with them, what they've been told, and if they truly enjoy that or not. Like, you can't really know, but you can see what you actually see. You can see the abuse they're doing. You can feel that. So that is quite obvious. So to some extent, you can, rationally and logically deduce their intent, right? Like if someone punches you in the face and you start to think, well, maybe they like me. Maybe you have Stockholm syndrome. Maybe you have become so abused that you're deluded. Maybe. Maybe not. But highly unlikely that they did that because they like you or they love you. No. So that's my point. They didn't, like the loud motor that drove by a while ago, this may not be picked up on the phone, but they didn't turn it off. They parked nearby and it's just like in the background. It might be subtler, but I know it's there. They're sitting there with that motor on. And I'm in my house and the doors and windows are closed. And I can literally feel it on the side of my face. That's how, the bass. It might not be picked up by the phone because it's not high pitched, so the noise cancellation is probably taking it out. But this is the type of stuff that they do. They would love me to become more negative in my speech, and therefore, since they're attempting that, I'm not even going to address anything negative. And to some extent, they've silenced my free speech. because I can't use it right now because I might, you know, be distracted or, you know what I mean? That would make it more negative, etc. That is despicable. And if we want to have the country we once had, that can't be happening. That can't be allowed. Like, the limit of free speech is when you silence others using that freedom. When you're using that to silence someone or distract them from being able to speak and etc., that's not covered. That's not supposed to be allowed if you want freedom. I'm gonna try to look outside real quick. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. Typically, I would just put my headphones on and listen to YouTube videos, which are probably propaganda. So they really don't want me turning that propaganda off and speaking out about their abuse. And so when I do that, they typically will do something like that, like a loud, low pitched hum in the background. And I'm going to say hum, it's more like a, who knows what it would be called, but yeah. They really try to instigate, irritate when I turn off their propaganda. And I highly recommend turning the TV off and staying off of YouTube as far as consumption goes if you're a targeted individual. I recommend staying off of those. Although I'm so drained and I'm so tired, at least the benefit is my effort can be quite relaxing right now. And it is effort because of that reason. So I'm ready to move forward and keep going. I'm trying so hard, um, like with all the attacks. It's so draining. It's like when you're going through targeting, making effort and not, falling down into bad like drugs or whatever. It can like, and then you're working hard with all of the attacks. It is difficult. It's draining. But I can envision a future where people like us who have been abused like this are like commonly, like it's well known what happened to us. And if it was, you can imagine how serious people would take that. Like we would be called victims of blank, whatever they deem it in the future, because it probably won't even be called gang stalking, maybe organized harassment, psychological abuse, emotional abuse, all encompassed in whatever term. Like they'll know about that. And I think World War II like started because of this. This started a war in the past. It was called Zersetso. And that's the type of stuff they were doing. The stuff they're doing to me right now, it was like the early stages of war in World War II. And so people fought for those people who were being abused. Like they literally it went to a fight, a world war. That's what I've been learning about. I learned about that on YouTube though. Just want to like put that caveat because who knows like who wanted me to hear that. And so I'm just repeating what I've learned on YouTube. I don't know a lot of things that, a lot of things that I learned, I have to question like, do they want me to feel this way? Like I remember someone mentioning, it's not in California. It's not innocent until proven guilty. It's guilty until proven innocent now. I remember someone mentioning that, and I was thinking, I don't know. I was just thinking like, what's going on? What's going on? And like lied to, and they're doing directed conversation, etc. You start to lose trust and wonder, why do they want me to hear that? It sounds true, but then like, I don't know. And honestly, like it is obviously bad, but I just feel like when they create false realities around you using street theater and directed conversations, it really does a number on your ability to trust. When you've been duped so many times, at some point you're like, oh, I have to take everything with a grain of salt. Even if it sounds true and good or whatever. Maybe in these cases, these are some examples of stuff that probably is accurate. But there are cases where something sounded good, but it wasn't. Like, for example, a lot of people fall for stuff that's propaganda and makes them look nuts. Like when they believe, that, oh, someone's doing witchcraft on them. Like literally from one place, they're doing this, like saying whatever, and that's working on them. No, that's not true. they actually go out of their way to disturb your day. And it might feel like that. A lot of the things that they lie to people about to get them to believe, they made them feel so bad that it might feel like that is happening. You know, a subtle negative comment here, a subtle negative comment there, a block, a disruption. Heck, they might even have kept you so busy on their drama, you forgot to eat. And that has an effect, and you're not thinking about that because they're telling you they put a spell on you or some stupid stuff like that. Do you see what I'm saying there? And they're diverting the attention off of themselves as the abusers and just telling you that it's some person randomly somewhere doing some type of witchcraft or whatever. And they talk about EMFs as well, something like electric weapons or whatever. And I know that technology these days is beyond what you might be able to think that it is. But I never experienced that. So I'm not gonna like buy into what they're saying when I know I have not experienced that. So I've never experienced voice to skull technology, none of that. But at the same time, these people really do go out of their way to abuse me. And they also make it look very hidden and covert. They blend it in with stuff that some people would call normal, but you know that it's way too coincidental and way too frequent all the time to be, you know, just a coincidence. And I'm talking about like, you know, slowing you down, doing noise campaigns on you, distracting you, agitating you, that type of stuff. Like I said, I've never experienced those, you know, the other stuff people talk about, and it just seems like they have bought into some propaganda because they put people on YouTube talking about that stuff so that they discredit and also take attention off of themselves and this whole program they're doing. They take attention off of that and also discredit the person at the same time. I think that's why they do that. And those people who are doing that are literally not only like they're smearing abuse victims and covering up the abuse of the abusers. That's pretty sick. And that's the truth. They don't like that. Don't be afraid to be a revolutionary. don't be afraid and speak out. Don't be afraid to do that because that's what they want. They're low lives. And when I say they're low lives, I'm talking about what they're doing is low. It's low. I often have to clarify because when it comes to targeted individuals, they would love to twist something you said into something it's not. They do that all the time. I am so used to that, and they will, after you clarify, oh, they'll keep rolling with it. Don't even waste your energy. Unless you're on YouTube, for the people that actually are listening, you can clarify for them. But when it comes to those other people, they know that you're not who they say you are. They know that. But if it bothers you, they're going to keep rolling with it because that's all they want to do is hold you down and oppress you. Plenty of people, post videos without their face. And right now I need my back to have a rest. So I'm sitting in a chair. But yeah, I can still talk. And, their videos get a good amount of views too. I really feel that mine probably should since it's something real. And this is really happening to me. This is like reality YouTube. It would be very valuable, but who knows what's going on behind the scenes. But what I can tell you is from what I've seen, it's obviously, let me think of the right word, like insidious. Um, what's the other word? That's coming to mind, but that's not it. There's another word coming to mind, but that's not it. What is it? Treacherous is another one that's coming to mind. Might not be the most, but it's the most closest to what I'm talking about. Treacherous, devious, dastardly, malicious, biased. Those are the things that are coming to mind from what I've seen. And it is very much given, like, I don't know. It's like I said, it's not even about what they try to paint it out as because they know they're trying to paint you out with a black brush. They're trying to create a narrative, a false narrative, and a negative narrative. And everything good, all your good attributes and qualities, they want you to forget about those, not pay attention to those, not further those, not hone those skills. I did pretty good for breakfast. I hope that I can we've got like motors going over, we got airplanes, and it's a weekday. Like I said, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. I don't think I haven't checked the time in a minute, but you know, I don't know if you can hear that. But I'm so ready. like I'm so convinced like that this is just disgustingly evil. And I don't mean this is 100% like spiritual. No, I'm saying it's straight up evil what they're doing. It's totally wrong. I explained earlier how, like, besides the fact that it's a weekday and everyone should be at work, on top of that, there's the fact that this isn't like a big city with tall buildings. So, and like that type of a population density. And so I know what this is. I see what's happening. And I'm convinced that they've brought the fight, right? It doesn't matter like that I'm nonviolent and peaceful. That doesn't matter. They're still attacking. Like especially when I go out. This is nothing compared. And so here it is at your doorstep, you know. What do you do? Like really, I'm trying to think outside of the box. Am I supposed to get a loudspeaker and go, you know, somewhere where people can hear me? Because maybe YouTube's not even really sharing this. Like that would be a big step, a next big step. And I really feel like I would get attacked big time. I know that I'm hungry, but I can't eat. Nothing sounds good to me right now. And I know it's getting pretty bad because of that. Like, it has been bad enough to make me want to eat, but now it's getting bad enough to where I don't want to eat. And I feel like that's a more serious level. I do believe that what they're doing to us is similar to what happened in Zerzetsam, and therefore I do believe that. Oh no, I believe that what they're doing to us is similar to what happened in Zerzetsam, and they also said that that led to World War II. And it's happening here now. It's happening. You know, I remember they're talking about like turning the community on people. Just to clarify what I know of Zerzetsam, They did that. They turned the community on people and they're harassing them, political dissidents and free thinkers. And I know they're doing that to me. So, like, the early stages of what led to war before is like happening now in America. And it's like not really being talked about much. As a matter of fact, it's being covered up. It's being covered up, and that is happening. It might not be the same people, it might not be the same time, but it's happening. And they're probably using whatever they learned from then now on us. And so and then they have technology, etc. It's so important for us before it's too late because this could get way worse. It could get worse. Excuse me. What I know for a fact is that it's happening now. They're using intimidation tactics and harassment and noise campaigns. And they're getting away with like inciting and instigating and all that. They're getting away with it. And honestly, they should not. They should not get away with that. Of course, like that's common sense. Okay, I'm going to meditate and have some food. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna wind it down. Even if they continue, I'm just gonna ignore it because, yeah, I mean, for a while. But I really hope to be part of a change. I really do. I know that there's been abuse. I know that they've been doing this to me for a very long time. Lying on me, smearing me, all of that. So, like, I'm with it. When I say with it, I'm with change. I'm with it. You know, I'm ready to like create a better future where this isn't happening. Like, basically, all I want is them to stop. That's what I want. How? That is a difficult question, and I'm only one person. But, like, the best thing that I could say, like, I know it's just simple advice, but that's also good. And that is, like, you know, don't partake in the problems that you see and do good for yourself as good as you can. Whatever is still possible, do that. Like that. So I made some fresh bread and I was thinking of making, well, last night I was thinking of making some. I also got some gravy a while back and I made some fresh bread. So I was thinking of having like some scrambled eggs, bread with gravy, and some sausage. But now I'm feeling like I want to eat something lighter, so I might have a sandwich and maybe a few chips because I'm quite hungry now. Thank God. So I guess it's working. Like I'm feeling a little more relaxed. Let me like. I've got this essential oil. It's a rose essential oil, and I love rose. And they say it has like one of the highest frequencies, and they try to take that from me or whatever, traumatize me, etc. But no, I love essential oils and I love rose. Wow, highly recommended. And it works, you know. If something works for you, they'll try to take it away. They'll try to trigger you, traumatize you around that, etc. And that sucks, but it's something they do. And they've been doing that. And huh. See, this is my homemade bread that I made. See, I'm quite tired from making this. Um, um, I just thought to myself, like, I want to be free to thrive, you know? And I like that. When I thought of that phrase, I was like, I like that. That really probably would resonate with other people who have been targeted. Like, I wish I was free to thrive. See, it is okay for me to eat like how I want to eat, but the thing is, you have to balance it out. So I'm probably gonna wash the egg maker that I made and have an egg with my sandwich, because that'll provide more protein, and then I'll feel full. You know, rather than just sitting down with a bag of chips and eating just that until I get full, then I would not feel good. So. Well, okay, so now my egg is cooking, and next I'm gonna make my sandwich. I decided that instead of using both pieces, I'm just going to use one piece and cut it in half. There you go. Maybe I'll do a mukbang. Why not? So here's my meal. Let me kind of open this window somewhere. Here's my meal. The sandwich looks really good. Okay. Just this spot over here. Okay. It's good to do a mukbang because it keeps you accountable. You know what I mean? Not gonna overeat. Oh my god, this is so good. Okay, here we go. Mmm. Did you know if you use sea salt, it tastes like more salt than it is if you use the finer salt? Because it's kind of like the salt crystals are bigger. Don't get me wrong, I love to do some crunching and munching. That's for sure. I also only used half of a slice of cheese. And I think that matters because cheese is, they say it's fattening, but it's enough. So, better than no cheese. Kind of reminded me of a ham and egg McMuffin. Or no, yeah, McMuffin. So good. If I added milk powder and to the mix of bread, and then I added on the bread, I added butter, it might be like a McBiscuit. That was really good. See, if you have a sandwich and an egg, a little bit of chips at the end of the meal, it feels like you eat a whole lot of chips. Don't get me wrong, I could eat more, but I splurged last night. Like I did. I even got some chocolate, like a bar of chocolate, and I got that one before, and it's so good. I'm not craving it right now though, because that egg worked. Adding that to the sandwich. But yeah, I splurged last night. But with all the attacks during the night and in the morning especially, oh my goodness. No. Oh. But then getting on live and having a salad, it made me feel better somewhat. I was thinking maybe I'll try to ignore the sounds in future videos. And people will hear it, they'll hear it. But I just don't want to talk about it because, well, it depends on the day. Because I mentioned this before, it's all about balance, right? I'm wondering, like, what is happening? What's wrong? Why do I feel so tired? I know that, like, it could be the draining effect of all of that noise campaigns and stuff, and knowing like what's happening when I go out and what in my future, like thinking about those things, and then over time when it kept happening, it kept happening, it kept happening. Over time, that kind of might have got me slowed down, but I have to use it to speed me up instead, like motivate me, and it's all the more important, that type of thought process. I really needed to eat now that I think about it. I was feeling a little lightheaded after I had my salad, like even before I had my salad, but then after it didn't really change it much. So the sandwich with the egg probably is going to help. And I'm glad that I didn't like overdo it with the junk food. I don't even like have a taste for that anymore at all. Chips, yeah. Obviously, I had some chips, but that's about it. Just a small portion, and I'm good with my sandwich. And I just want to keep this going. Like, I want to stay alive as long as possible. I don't even care if nobody's viewing it. I don't care. I'm going to stay live for like a long time. And frequently. And maybe I'll build an audience. And my channel will get better because, like, when I'm live, I feel accountable. Like, I want to be a good influence and assistance to other targeted individuals as well as myself. So if that works, that works. I'm gonna keep doing it. But even if I don't go live, I could still stay motivated, you know, because like I said, it's got 0 views right now. Like, it seems like they're not sharing it, so it's really not about that, really. Um, it's just about doing what I can, and I'll feel good about myself at least, right? I know that I'm in my corner. And yeah. What if it went viral? What if my channel went viral? Like, it got like thousands of views and it went viral. Like, honestly, I need that. Like, as an abused, not for my ego. Like, I don't even want for my ego. Like, I just want to be able to thrive and people to treat me right. That's what I want. But if it went viral, I felt like it would be for a good cause. And if I want to have a better future where I'm able to thrive and this abuse stops happening, I probably need this to go big. So that's what I mean. I don't need it as far as to keep going. I'll keep going. But for them to stop, I don't think they're going to just, please stop. And then they do. I don't think so. No. It's going to have to be this way. And therefore, I'm going to try my best. If I have lunch meat, my cat, he usually gets some first. And I gave him some first, and I'm so tired, like, but I know I always give him some after as well. I like to sit in my room and eat, usually in quiet, um, or doing a mukbang, and then I save a piece for him. Like, usually I get a separate piece for him, and I give him pieces of it, and then when I'm done, but this time I just gave him some pieces. So that means when I get in there, I gotta get another piece, and I'm like so tired, but I'm gonna do it. He eats first, and he eats last, and he's happy that way. He's happy, and he likes to let it be known. Like, I heard the lunch bag. I heard meow, 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 meow. I heard the lunch bag, and I'm like, all right, here you go. And he knows, like, if I open like a pack of crackers or something else that you would think would sound the same, but no, no. If it's the lunch meat, he knows. Like, he's there, out of nowhere. Like, he's funny. And over time, I let him know that you're gonna get some, and you get to eat first. Um, and then when I'm done, you get more as well. And he seems happy with that. Because cats can hold a grudge if they're not happy. So I make sure he's happy. But still, so that's what it was about. Not about getting him to stop like meow meow all that. That's never gonna happen. Like he's gonna like, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. But that's why I eat alone in my room and I give him some first. And I give him some after. And he's happy. And I just thought, oh, I'm so tired and I gotta go. But why? Like, I should be able to get up and wash my dish and, clean up like usual. Like, what? Like, I don't know. It's like weird. Man, I wish that somebody who cared shared my story and, like, these people got exposed. Like, someone, like, watched to see and they noticed, because they would if they were actually, if they cared and they watched, they would see the pattern and all of it, like the pattern of abuse. Um, so that would be good, and I know that's what they don't want. So they try to distract me, etc. Try to slow me down, try to make me tired, don't let me sleep good, you know, making noises. And I just thought to myself, I'm gonna try even harder and harder because this is wrong. It's abuse. It's unfair. Like they're cheating to win. Like waking me up in the night. You know what I mean? To have their way. They're cheating. It's despicable. And to think that they're gonna keep doing that. They're gonna keep doing that. They've always been doing that. It doesn't stop. Like sometimes you might think like, oh, maybe they're gonna stop eventually. No, they just keep going, and sometimes it gets worse and worse. And like waking you up at night is just such an example of like so unfair. Like it's like, what do you call it? It's just a no class, no taste, you know, unfair. Oh, that happened again. I'm gonna look at that later before I post another video and see what I can do to fix that. That being said, all right. There's always like a of some sort, whether it be a motor or an airplane. There's always some type of okay. Don't let me forget about you. Would you like another piece? Here you go. Here you go. And by the way, you can train a cat. It just takes time. You can train a cat, because my cat, if I didn't give him food first before I eat and then the last bite, or a piece after I eat at least, if I didn't do that, he would be scratching on my door when I'm eating in the room. Since he knows he's gonna get his first and he gets some at the end, he's okay with it. But like if I forget or something, he'll scratch on the door, he'll meow meow meow, and that will remind me and let me know. But my point there is, he feels comfortable and he knows that I always give him his first, and then he gets the last. So he doesn't really like claw on the door too much or meow at the door or something like that. And plus, he gets to eat his own food before I even start to make my meal. But he also wants some of that. He's funny, but at least he lets me eat my meal, And so you can train a cat. It just takes time. Excuse me. I think I heard about that on a dog training video, but it also works for cats. It just takes time. Okay, now I can take some time to look at, let's see, what's going on here? How come that is so loose that it just falls right over? Huh. What? Because all the nozzles here are tight. They're all adjusted. I don't see like any, I don't know what it possibly could be. So that's unfortunate. But that's okay. This tripod was quite cheap, and I don't get a lot of views anymore. Like if I did, maybe I'd get a better one. Because besides the fact that it's loose left and right, it also doesn't, swivel, like point up, point down. Like if I lay down to do my stretches, it'd be nice if it could point down. It doesn't do that. You can lower it, or you can move it back further, something like that. So it would be nice to have one of those. I wanted to mention that I've decided to discontinue consuming propaganda, and I think it was a very good decision. And it's so sad. It's sad because like you can't go into the YouTube or wherever and know that you're safe to learn. Like it could be, and often is like misinformation, intentional misinformation, among other things. So, so I think it's a lot better for me to create rather than consume. Not only does it take up the space of the consumption time, but it also provides a space with someone who's actually having good intentions for people, myself included. One of the challenges with that, though, is I have eye strain. So sometimes I have to remind myself to not look directly at the phone, to look at the wall or something, because I'll wake up with a bad headache, if I look at the phone too much, especially if I read small text. It hurts. So, unfortunate. What was the other one? But it's not so unfortunate because I could just work around it. What was the other one though? I don't know, something about I'm tired. I'm tired. And now I gotta I don't say gotta, you know, this house smells so good. It smells like fresh bread. I would love to be free. I hear my cat drinking his water, and that makes me happy. Especially because I just got a big old bowl jar of water, but I forgot it over there. Put it over there and left it. But he must have seen me do that. Now I'm gonna drink mine. Cats are not the biggest fans of water, and actually, that can have a detrimental effect on their health if they're not drinking it. So and he's done this before, when he drinks his water after I pour me some, it makes me happy. And actually, he influenced me as well to do the same. No, I'm copying him. And the funny thing is, he was copying me. Deja vu. Delicious. Mhm. Now I feel like mentioning that was French bread that I made. It's nice. It's like I don't get it because I actually have less ingredients, you know, than the basic setting. It has less, but actually, um, I feel like it tastes better. Like it doesn't have the milk powder, and it might have less of different ingredients. I'm not sure, but I know one thing that is different that's added is time. It takes a while longer, and it makes a difference. Maybe if I get a viewer, I'll go stretch because it's like prime time. It's the moment like someone's watching, time to entertain. you know, in a productive and good influence way. Man, I feel like crap. Just keeping it real. I feel like crap. I've got a headache. I feel drained and tired. Right when I said that, and slam, 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 slam. Started hammering something out there right when I said that. Just to really seemingly. Man, sure happens a lot. I feel like I said my piece, you know. I know that I was feeling motivated and fired up this morning, and I'm ready to fight in a positive way, and I made sure to make that very clear because they would love to twist that. No, no. I'm talking about fight the urge to react or eat the wrong foods or, etc. That's what I'm talking about. And yeah, I did feel, motivated in that way. Um, and it's working because they're they're putting me through the mill, and um, I chose, not to even have the treats that I bought. I chose not to because I don't want to work with them against myself. You know, I could just use that as inspiration. At the same time, I don't want to be too hard on myself, like I did with my legs, and then I had to go to physical therapy. I learned about that, so I did allow myself, a small snack. That's fine. But for breakfast, and they love to slam this and slam that, right? I remember someone on YouTube said they know what they're doing when they do that. They're not supposed to do that. Like, you don't slam stuff for no reason. Like, they're not even like shouting or anything. If there's like someone's upset at each other and they shout and they slam something, but no, it's weird. It's like street theater because they just randomly slam something, no other sound, and then slam, and then no other sound other than the loud motor decided to drive by at the same time, etc., etc. Noise campaign stuff. But now we got loud music. You notice how it all seems to happen right around the same time. It's like, and then one after the other. It's almost like slam action. And then the car rolls by, and then the loud music car rolls by. Yeah, you gotta laugh. You gotta make fun of it. Not make fun of it, but make light of it as you can. Now we got the drive in and the drive out, and I'm like at this point, let's just choose a different focus because I'm drained enough. Like I have no more to give. Like leave me alone when it comes to the people when it comes to my audience, I'm here for you. That's why I'm here. But when it comes to them, I'm not working with you. I'm working for myself, not against myself. So, and there will be times when I speak out for myself and for others like me, but not for them. And like I said, I feel like I said my piece. So now I'm gonna shift, and this will be an example for others who are going through consistent noise attacks and abuse. Um, you can shift your focus to something else, and then the sounds will still be there. But sometimes what I do is I pretend I do live in the city. Like I pretend that I live in a big building, and of course there's a lot of noise. Because really it's their intention of harassing you that hurts. It's the fact that you know there shouldn't be this much noise. Um, that's what really hurts, and you just have to be like, you know what? Why would you pay that much emotional currency to people who want to hurt you, who want to make you feel that way, right? I don't got it to give. I'm breathing. I'm just imagining that I live in the city, and you know, everything, whatever noise passes with it, has doesn't make it all right. Doesn't make it okay. It doesn't. But it helps. It's a favor for yourself and for them too, even though they don't deserve it. But really, I think they want you to flip out. That they'd be happy, and they would. Oh, they'd be like a basketball player, you know. When the basketball player gets hit, and then they're gonna like fly to the ground. That's what they would be like if you react, if you shout. Obviously, you're not gonna get physical, but if you shout or whatever, they're gonna like, they're gonna make the biggest, and oh, they're gonna act like they don't know any idea, even though they're working on you 24/7 for the longest time. Like, so that's what that would go down like. And then they hit you with even worse than you don't deserve uh, the reaction that you're gonna get. Like they can abuse you 24/7, and you slightly react, and then they're gonna punish you for reacting at all and gaslight you that they didn't intend to do anything. So that's if you give a slight reaction, even a slight reaction. And I think speaking out on YouTube is probably enough for them to do abuse me more and in their eyes punish me, but I don't deserve it. Speaking out on their abuse is not something that gives them a right to do any of that, to target me. Nobody should be targeted in this way. Now we got an airplane going by, and I realized I'm working on shifting my focus. Oh, thanks. after all, it is the big city, right? Even though I live in the county area, and it's not a big city as far as population density in the first place, so, but whatever. If you're a targeted individual, they're taking everything away from you. And you should speak out. You should, like, we should do everything we can. I don't know why I feel so tired. Like I've aged 30 years in 1 year. Like I feel, I always remember, first of all, I was able to sleep all through the whole night. I'd wake up, I'd never wake up during the night. And then I also remember that's something so different now. I always get woke up. And then another thing that's so different now is I feel, oh yeah, my whole life I never felt older, even with gallstones and all that. Yeah, I had pain and everything, but I still had energy, even though I couldn't use it, which was a whole nightmare in its own right. But now that I got the gallstones out and I was ready to go, blah, 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 I started eating gang stock, and over time, I'm just feeling more tired and more tired. I don't know. I don't feel the same. I feel like I've aged a lot in the past few years. And I never felt like that before. Never. I always felt the same. And there are older people who say, I still feel the same. I mean, older than 40. But man, do I feel different. And here you are, like, if maybe people in the future are able to see this, yeah, this was happening to me, and it really had an effect. It really did. And I've been tortured. I mean, extreme pain. I've been through so much. And the level of harassment that they put, you wouldn't believe. Like anyone would be baffled, just like I was. Over time, you start to learn about what they're doing, and then if you can figure stuff out, they'll go harder because they've already abused you. And I'm like a living, you know, evidence of what they've done. Like, and me speaking out, they don't like it, and they target me more. And I really started speaking out on my videos, and man, they're keeping me up at night. Like, and all of a sudden, I'm feeling real tired. Like, I don't know. But I will say, there's been a few times that I've eaten something and I felt very, very sick. I've spit up, all of a sudden we got a noise campaign. I've spit up blood a few times after eating something weird, and also once I was eating something and I just started projectile vomiting, like to the point where you can't breathe. Like, man, you see? And then I wobbled into my room. This is so obvious. It's so like the timing of it. Um, I wobbled into my room, vomiting, and like I knelt down next to the bed, and then I was like, let me sit here for a minute and throw up. And I threw up a few times on the floor. I couldn't do anything else. It was just projectile vomiting, and then I started to pull myself up onto the bed to lay down, and I was out. And these people all the time show me, like, they all the time will, like, show me that they're invading my privacy, you know what I mean, in my house. And seems like they left me for dead. Like these people always like if I walk out there, they walk out there. They know. Like at the same time. It's not like I walked out and then oh he's outside, let's go. No. Like they know when I'm going outside and they synchronize it's already all the noise and everything. So it's very much like they're always like paying attention to me. They left me for dead if they are. Just wanted to put that out there. And maybe, who knows? Who knows? What was that? That I ate, that I drank. What was that? One time, the time that I throwing up and all that and fainted out, I was eating something. Other time it was things that I drank. Most of the time, uh, well, I thought most of the time it's fine. When I eat something, it's fine. That's how I still feel. I just give it to God. I feel safe even though those things have happened. I don't know what it was about and stuff, but I wanted to mention it because it's the truth. Like, honestly, I think they're trying to kill me, but slowly and make it look, you know, hide it. And I feel different. In the last few years they've been doing this. I just feel so different. I feel so tired. And now that I know it's so serious and they're trying to kill me, like I feel so motivated on the inside. But I'm also going through all of this. Maybe whatever it was that I ate, it made me really all of a sudden super, all of a sudden out of nowhere, feeling fine, few bites and wobbling, passing out. Yeah, and now I feel tired, tired. I think that was like a year ago. But a year later, I just feel way older. And these people, man, if you're watching this, like, it's serious. And if they're doing this much to you already, like if they're even showing you signs that they've started on you, it's time for you to change your life and do everything you can. Because, a movement could get started and, with the goal of them to just stop at least for the goal to be for them to stop doing this to us. And I mentioned this in a short video last night, but they're extreme and overt with us, but this is going on to some extent when it comes to social control to almost anyone who watches TV or uses a phone. Who do you know that doesn't do any of those? Like so so pretty much everyone to some extent is basically consuming propaganda. And that's just one of the more widespread forms of this abuse. targets get other forms and they get it over, meaning they don't even hide it. But they won't let they won't let your message get out. They hide it. They don't just hide what they're doing from others, but they don't let you get anywhere. They isolate you and they give you the illusion that you have a choice, a voice, a chance. But they won't let your message get anywhere. I mean, that's that last part is pretty much the only part that I'm, theoretical about. All the other stuff is common sense for a TI. Um, but when it comes to like if I get viewed on YouTube, there's numbers there that I get hundreds of views sometimes on my short videos. There's numbers there, but is that just to create the illusion that I have freedom of speech when I don't? They put some numbers there. Like, I may not be the most handsome, I may not be the most smart, but I'm pretty sure I should have one or two friends, one or two regulars that are going through this, that actually stay for a while and actually engage in a conversation. Although I can't like really see one thing with that causes me a difficulty to be sure about that is I have eye strain. So I can't really keep up with the comments. So now because of that, it's like I can't be sure. Because if I didn't have eye strain, I'd probably stay right on top of it. And when someone, hi, such and such, and then et cetera, et cetera. But since I have eye strain, it's difficult. But I still think that, especially when I'm getting like hundreds of views per short, sometimes, not every time. But I just feel like someone would have found me after all those thousand. I think I have maybe over 4,000 video views in total. I'm pretty sure that one or two people at least would have been like, "Oh my God, this guy! Like, I get him. I get it." I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, they want you to buy into like the isolation and think that it's just natural. It's not. As a matter of fact, anybody, like I was saying, I'm not the smartest, not the handsome. I know that, but guess what? Anybody has some people out there for them. Everybody has a tribe. And I think I do have some talents, particularly like toward this type of a opportunity. Yeah. So it's very suspicious, and it makes me feel like this is it's an illusion to make me feel like I have an opportunity to speak out, but really I don't. And they probably celebrate, you know, taking people's freedom away. I'd like to remind them that they will reap what they sow. Not because of anything I have to do, because I don't want to engage in that type of behavior. But they're creating that, so of course you got to reap what you sow. They're creating that world by doing this to me. And so I feel like I'm gonna pull back even more and go within. I don't feel like there's a point to, like, unfortunately, I mean, yeah, like, I was harping on using your freedom of speech before they take it away, but if they've already taken it away and are literally abusing you left and right, what's the point? If you don't have it anymore and they're just going to punish you, it's a different world. So if there is a chance, opportunity, whatever, just relaxing and meditating, hey, people get thousands of views just meditating. Why do I have a feeling I probably won't, even if I do that? Hmm. Hmm. We'll see. Maybe I will. Hmm. But yeah, like I just feel like when you are being abused in this type of way that they do, it's counterproductive. When you don't have freedom of speech and you speak out anyway and you're being abused for it, you gotta address the current reality. But I like to think that they couldn't get away with completely, like, hey, it's on record. All of this abuse, noise abuse, everything that I talk about, it's being recorded at least. That, yeah, they are. Da-dum, da-dum. You got dogs and this and that, motors, blah, 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 airplanes all the time. At least it's there. But why speculate on it? Like, just there it is. I said it's happening. It is. And there's proof. And by the way, my phone has noise cancellation. My windows are closed. My doors are closed. I'm inside my house. Just thought I'd mention that. And I live in the county. What if some force brigade stood up to these people? It would give us, all of us, a chance to be like a flood of people that are like, oh my God, someone talked about this. Like, we're gonna be free. It's so serious for us. This is our life. Like, they're killing us. Like, so I've gotten very sick after eating certain things. So that's, I mean, you might want to brush off all of the psychological and emotional abuse, which, by the way, can ruin a person's life. But they've done worse. Worse things have happened, a lot worse. Plus, they're silencing me. Thank God I had that egg. Because this is the kind of moment where it's like, huh, shit, how is it ever going to get better? At this point, when you can't even speak out. When they give somewhat of an illusion that you have that freedom when you don't. They control where your stuff goes, they control who sees it, they control even down to the subtle stuff like what's posted right next to that video, right after that video. Maybe even before because they've got all kind of propaganda out there already. You see what I'm saying? Like, but I don't want to be black pilled. I think that's what they call it when you're like doom and gloom. And then they call it red pilled when you're like, this is real. So I'm being like realistic. I don't want to use the jargon because I don't want to like, you know, because there's propaganda out there on everything. You know, when you use the jargon, then there's gonna also they've already heard propaganda going along with it, etc. But you get the point. You know, I'm being realistic. And blue pilled would be someone who, you know, doesn't maybe isn't going through this as bad and they decide to just let it happen and look the other way and enjoy their, you know, illusion. Because really, when you see people like me, you know that actually it's all controlled. And as long as you're not a free thinker, as long as you don't step over the line, okay, you can dream. But really, when you've seen, you know, people who have been abused and controlled and etc., you know. And you have to stand up for those people because it could be you next. These type of people don't usually have the best in mind for others. Maybe while they can use you. I would love to see a different world. I wish it mattered. I wish that desire to see a better world and all of this stop. I wish it really like had well, it does have power in that I'm gonna try harder. So it does have power. But maybe not in the way that some people talk about it. Oh, excuse me. I wonder what. In the back, like in the distance, the phone might not be picking it up, but there's like a boom, 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 boom. What a world this has become. I feel like I don't belong here. I don't. I know I don't belong here. No way. I belong in a far more civilized environment for sure. And I would be partaking and contributing happily. this cruel environment, this aggressive environment has really beat me down. And I'm absolutely disgusted. I know it could be worse. I'm grateful for what little I have. I want to make that clear, but all the other stuff is true as well. I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna put some like headphones on and like a positive music so I don't have to, be subjected to all the, you know, it's their slum now. Now it's a slum and it's theirs. So that's what it is. Like, now do I hope that it gets better? Do I want everyone to be happy? Yes. Do I want it to be safe and peaceful and quiet? Yes. It's not looking too good. And it's far worse than just a slum because there's a lot of injustice and abuse going on as well. Like I could handle it if it was, you know, just like that, but not like singling you out and targeting you and synchronizing and doing street theater and directed conversations, etc. Like if it wasn't for all of that, whatever, you know, I just live my own life, right? Without all of that, it would be totally different. But it appears that when things turn slummy, all the grime goes along with it, all the corruption, etc. And the elites love it. They just use it, the way they do. I explained that earlier. They want to keep you there, and they want to get everyone else there as well, and keep their position where they are far away from it. Over there, way far in a nice gated community. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm not gonna consume their propaganda. Like I'm cutting myself off from the world. Like I renounce all of it. Not all of it, but like all of the. When I say all of it, I'm talking about all of the corruption, the abuse, like all the propaganda. Like I'm done. I'm done. I really do hope there's a surprise. I really hope that there's a surprise and it's a good one. And when I say that, I'm saying because as it is now, it looks like they've got all of the bases covered, and we're not going to be allowed to get anywhere. Um, but there could be a surprise. And when I say all the bases covered, I'm talking about, for example, one, not letting you speak out. That's one. Two, already putting propaganda out there and supporting the propagandists, giving them a lot of views, supporting them in you know ways of assistance, etc. Um, but then also attacking with noise, blah blah blah. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. What they've got all the bases covered, to where it looks like they can really drain any dissident, take them out of society. And isn't that corrupt? Like, isn't that the freaking ultimate corruption? Like, they're power grabbing and they don't want to let go. And they know, whoever, they know that what I'm saying is true. I do have potential. I do. And they're doing all those methods. They just block what I say from getting heard, twist what I say, and abuse me. So, but like I said, I don't want to be completely, pessimistic. So, there may be a chance, and so if there is, I need to be here. I need to be here for that chance, and I'll take it. That's why I'm here posting. But they've really cheated me. I got to see the extent of the corruption. It's bold-faced lies. It's like total abuse. think we're a lot closer to that change than it might seem because they have the power to make it not look like that at all. So that's a positive one. And the reason that I feel that that might be the case is because I can see how obviously needed it is. Well, I'm doing pretty good for my back therapy. You know, I've got a chair here that has armrests and I don't know. It probably would be more ideal to lay on the flat ground. Oh, that again. Yeah. They don't really allow me to get, you know, that type of resources that I could possibly get if they weren't holding me down. And even a lot of the time, the resources that I should be having, they will find a way to abuse me there and do their hand signals, etc. Use things that they've repetitively used on me before and sensitized me to. And then if I show signs of their abuse because of the trauma they've done to me, and that's the sign of their abuse they've done to me, then they're going to even punish me for that even, which is totally weird. I feel like I deserve a piece of chocolate now. But let's do a stretch first. I think it'll help. But I could have tea first. But I'm just so tired. Yeah, chocolate makes you feel better. It really does. But I don't recommend it though. If you, what you could do is you could use chocolate powder. Add that to some milk. Yeah, that would be healthier. And you'll get the effect. But I'm probably going to eat an actual piece of chocolate just because, oh, I don't know. I might not have anything. I don't know. But yeah, it's because I've been doing that. I add it to my coffee. I'm used to that. So it would be a nice treat to have a piece of chocolate. But I feel like it'd be even nicer to skip it and like not eat for a while. I don't know. What I do know is laying here is helpful. what I do know is they should get off my back and leave me alone. Stop harassing me. Stop infiltrating in places that are supposed to be for healing and abusing people. Instead, don't do that. Like outreach and stuff, when you reach out, they'll do that. And it's to make you feel isolated and, like there's no hope. But you gotta keep trying. But like I said, after I ate whatever that was, I've been feeling very, very tired. And then on top of that, they keep me up at night. This is where I'm at. Like, I'm trying to post it. I'm doing whatever I can. This is what I can do right now. They've got me boxed in. They've got me surrounded with like people that are abusing me. They're all involved. Not the whole world. The whole world isn't like that. But for you, that's your reality. Like the people surrounding you, the only people you interact with, that's everything for you. It doesn't matter if the whole world isn't like that, if everyone you experience does this to you. You know what I mean? So it's still like rational, but at the same time, it can seem very, it can seem, and not even seem, it is what it is, because that's everybody you experience, right? So, or at least most of the people around you, and you don't know who is and who isn't because, well, other than the fact that so many of them are like involved, you do know that, so they've got you boxed in pretty much. And breathe. So, I am a targeted individual. I'm being psychologically and emotionally tortured, and I am trying to give an example of what, where I'm at. This is me where I'm at. I'm trying to breathe through all the chaos, the noise, just breathe. Also, I've been having back pain and I don't want that to contribute, so I'm laying on my back in order to correct my spine. that should have helped. Okay. So, so like this morning I had a cabbage salad or whatever, and I had a kind of a normal meal for lunch. Now, if I can add another cabbage salad, because before I was like skipping breakfast by just having vegetables or a drink or whatever on a good day, and that was my like, skipping a meal in order to kind of like start a diet. But now, like, I did that for breakfast and I want to do that again. And that's going to be kind of like furthering my diet, and hopefully it kind of helps me. So you're going to be seeing a lot of me, although I don't feel like I'm free. So, and I don't feel like I'm at my best. I know that I've been beaten down, but this could be very helpful. If it is like possible that someone else who's going through this could view this, it would be very helpful. I'm sure of it, but I think they keep us like pretty much silenced. Maybe not. I don't know. You gotta be on that one. You have to be positive, because if there's a chance, you have to take it. So on that one, that's an example where be positive. Like always, no matter how bleak it looks, believe there's hope. Period. On that one. Okay, so I hope someone got to hear that because it's important. I'm gonna have some black coffee, I think. And then part of me is like, no. Like maybe I don't want to have black coffee. Maybe I just want to be where I'm at. And then when I build my energy back naturally, like, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I want to do. When I build my energy back naturally, if that's possible, I don't know what's happening to me in the full extent. All that I know is there's a lot going on that I can see. And when there's a lot going on that you can see, who knows what else is going on that you don't see? I was just thinking to myself, I wonder how long of a video you can even post. Like, can you post a 24-hour video? But obviously, you're gonna have to sleep. But like, you know my point, right? How many hours can you? Well, I think it goes probably up to like 12 at least, because I've seen 12-hour music videos. You know, so there's that. I'm happy that I can upload, but I don't feel free. I don't think that I think maybe at one time, but now it's turned into some, they give the illusion and spread propaganda that it is, but no. Or this program is like just, who knows, because I'm sure it extends its social control, and for us it's more extreme, but it's everywhere. So if there is any power in intention, if there is, and prayer and hope. I know it sounds kind of metaphysical, right? But I hope there is, because I have a huge desire for the world to change. I have a huge desire for that, but I'm not the most woo person, although, I mean, I find it nice, but like the concept, I mean, not the concept of it, but wouldn't it be nice type of, you know, however, right, I think I have like a practical side of me, a rational side that stays there. So I keep myself grounded and pretty much leave it at wouldn't it be nice? Um, yeah, prayer is one that I believe is rational, but speaking things into existence I used to believe was like a thing. Whereas now I feel like that was part of like, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful, but people that are, you know, shills. I don't want to say shills. I don't mean it in, but at the same time, look what they're doing. So really, but yeah, they talk like that. They tend to talk like that. Prayer helps, and to some extent, positive affirmations help because, you know, in a similar way, but not the same. Because prayer is a connection, whereas positive intentions, they're good because it's better than a negative intention. It's better than no intention. It's better than just walking around, you know, and then letting people who have bad intentions nudge you in the direction they want you to go, which is probably, you know. Huh. So, yeah. So that's why positive intentions do work. Um, but you got to be realistic with your expectations. And, you know, I put a lot of thought and a lot of experience into my positive affirmations, but I was just thinking that in the beginning, of course, I was less experienced. But yeah. Now, I feel like my positive affirmations are even more helpful, but at the same time, like my earlier positive affirmations probably did better because they were like more, you know, like what everyone else is doing, and also I had more energy. I hadn't yet been, you know, what happened to me when I got really sick all of a sudden, vomiting like out of nowhere, right? Multiple times. So that one was that, but then the other times it was more like a really bad headache and spitting out blood. Um, so yeah, yeah, it's pretty bad. These people who are taking part and trying to annoy me or trigger me or whatever, they not realize they're a part of that? Do you know what that is? Like, do you want to partake in that? Because I mean, just think about that. Just think about that. Like, really bad, really really bad. So I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, right. They may not be like as a whole, they're partaking, right? As a whole, I'm not saying everybody who, but you get my drift, right? You get my drift. Like if 1,000 people cut me and I die, but everybody says, well, I only like a small, tiny cut, right? It wasn't me, right? That's kind of what they're doing. Yeah. So, but that one though was not a small, tiny cut. That was a big one. And so then, therefore, you know, then it's like it's a philosophical thing because so does that mean that all the people who just did something small are not all at all involved? Yeah, maybe not to the same degree, right? However, they were all partaking in what occurred. Do you know what I mean? You just don't want to be part of that. I'm taking my life back. I feel like I'm taking my life back from these people who I've realized are never gonna change. Like they're gonna keep abusing me no matter how bad it gets. Like they seem quite narcissistic and not empathetic. And I say seem because I don't know for a fact. Like maybe they do feel about it, and especially maybe some of them do, right? And I mean, I hope so, but man, if you're a targeted individual, you know what I mean when these people can seem just cruel and as if they're enjoying it. They let you know with a smirk and a look that and a hand signal, they know what's happening to you on the whole when they do that. It's like they know on the whole, and nobody else knows. They know that it's happening and no one else knows, and they're doing it and they're getting away with it, and they smirk at you. And at that type of so for example, for me, how I would kind of like these days after experiencing it, the way that I look at that is that's contrast because that they are so far from who I am. I don't understand them. I don't understand them. And they let you know they do know what they're doing. It's even worse than like you can't even say they don't know what they're doing. They want to let you know they do know. It's pretty bad. And they let you know by partaking in the abuse. And that's certain individuals that give you that vibe. Then there are others that you might think maybe they don't know the full extent, and all I can say with that is just don't get Stockholm syndrome. Um, Try to ground yourself in what you know, what you can know, because it's by design confusing. And I think they would like you to go down that rabbit hole. They would like you to try to figure this out and all that, and they would like you to assume that they don't know or they do know or they blah blah blah. Right? It's a time consuming thing, and so balance. I think it's good to try to figure out what you can quickly and what's more obvious, common sense, etc. Maybe talk about it, and then you know make sure also that your needs are getting met. For example, like with me, I need to make sure that I lay down throughout the day on my back on the floor. I'm working on aligning my spine. I'm also working on eating healthier. Like for example, with the computer, and when I eat something, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, I am throwing up and I'm wobbling to my room, and I pass out for a while, and when I wake up, I can't really talk right. I don't know what just happened to me. All that I know is it was serious. And a lot of times with things that happen to me when I kind of try to, like, for example, I'm on YouTube and I'm trying to tell something, I feel like I almost died there, and I got 0 views, or I talked to someone about it, and it seems like, I don't know, like, it's almost like a nightmare. Honestly, talking about that when you tell someone, like, the weirdest thing happened, I was out and blah blah, and it's kind of like you're just talking about the weather. It's like a nightmare when that happens. People talk a lot about gaslighting, and that's bad, but minimizing is pretty bad too. I know I'm on the right road, but they try to make it difficult. Isn't that weird? Like, there are forces out there who want to fight you if you try to do good. They want to isolate you, get rid of you if you're trying to do good. And the people who are bad are getting away with it. You see, if you've been abused by them, you know for a fact they're getting away with it and they get to continue doing it. Ain't nobody out there stopping them. But you're trying to do good and they're supporting them, the bad ones, to stop you. And that's why I came to that conclusion about it must be about like a power thing, where they get to mean to keep that power. They want that. It makes them more needed, and it gives them more power. People to use, who will do really like heartless things. So there it is, man. The truth. If only this video was getting out there. Well, I said it. And like I said, I wish words had, and they do. The reason I almost said I wish words had power is because in America, in the United States, you can be silenced and canceled and isolated and thrown off. And then when you speak, over time, you're going to start to feel like words have no power because yours don't. They've made it so. You see what I'm saying? I'm being realistic. Like, they've silenced you, so like if you keep believing that your words have power and they're not, and it's not happening, you're not, no one's listening to you. As a matter of fact, they just take what you say and twist it, make it even worse. So yeah, so it seems like it would just be delusional to just keep thinking that, you know what I mean? That's the reality of it right now. Words have the potential for power in a healthy society. Nobody heard what I just said. Other than the people who want to, well, maybe someone will though. Like I said, I always want to leave open the possibility for a chance, right? There's a chance. So, but I was kind of just like, how can I explain what like the vibe was there? The vibe was that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm experiencing. This is what it looks like, right? So have you noticed I never make loud noise? Like maybe sometimes, especially because the camera's close to me, so it's gonna seem like I made loud noise. But if this camera was like over across the street and inside of a house, you're not gonna hear me moving my dishes and stuff. Well, maybe that, but like that's the thing that I could think of that's like the loudest thing that I do when I do dishes. Maybe they can hear that, but generally, you don't hear me blasting loud music. You don't hear me out there slamming the fence, stuff like that, or scraping it along. But that's probably loud. But yeah. And you definitely don't hear me synchronizing my and waiting for someone to, when they walk out, I'm ready to go too. No, you definitely don't see me doing that. So here I am, right, being like, if everyone was like me, this place would be so quiet and no one would be like feel like I have to be made to feel. No one would feel like that. If I continue to sit here like this, then tomorrow I'll need to do the same video that I did today. Lots of laying down. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably gonna need to do that anyway. But my point is, like, I need to lay down for a long time if I ever want to like get my spine back into place. Because like moving my bones into place is not like a process that's like, oh, stretch a few times. No, that takes time. You're using these disgusting, classless, narcissist, heartless people to be cruel to us. And they're making the world a worse place for it. But they don't care because they've got their own bubble that they live in. And this secures that position of power and make sure that there's no other people who could kind of like, you know, ask for fairness, etc. They just get rid of them. That's what they're doing to me. Even an animal on the road that's been abused as much as I have would probably get better attention. probably from me. Probably from me. And isn't that sad? Like, isn't that the way of the world? Yes, it is. Just so you know, I'd like to actually clarify. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in my experience that's what it is. For anyone watching out there, although I saw that it's 0. Uh, so, but this video will be uploaded later, so I like that because it makes me still feel comfortable. Because usually it's gonna get at least like 10 views. So, and even if it doesn't, yeah, what's the point anyway? So, well, like I said, there has to be a chance. So there you go. Um, I hope there's a surprise and I hope there's a force for good, but I don't know where it would come from. Like, I have no idea as to that. And what's more bad news is it looks global. Like, this system looks global. Hopefully, hopefully, you know, like the reason I say there could be a surprise is because that's the way it looks. But we as the eyes know that they have the power to make something look however they want. We actually have no idea, and that's the truth. So there is a chance. And all these people who are partaking in the abuse, I don't think they have any idea of that either. Maybe they wouldn't be doing that. But since they're partaking in it, they should know just like I do. They should know that's what they do. So just so you know, you might be living in a false reality yourself. And you probably are, obviously. So I know that they are aware though of what they're doing. I don't want to end my life. So I would answer, but I don't want to end my video. And I'm doing very good. this is my silent protest. You know, me laying here and recording all day. I'm letting people see what's happening to me. And I don't want to turn the camera off. Like, not only is the camera there in case anything like any more chaos ensues, right? It's there. And then on top of that, I feel like I'm, accountable and I'm doing my back exercises that I'm supposed to be doing and eating healthier. Like, this is working. Although my speech may be being suppressed, at least I'm like in a good place and I'm on the right road. And that's on video. And also whatever's happening to me is going to be on video. So, like, I wish when I was eating that, I was on video. Now I will be. Okay, I guess I can stop the video to return the call. Yeah, I can do that, and then I'll just restart the video. Yeah, so if I need to make a call or something, that's probably gonna be the only time. Like, so if anyone watches my videos and hopefully you look forward to them, that's awesome. And just so you know, I'll be here a lot more, and you're not alone. You have someone who also is going through all of this abuse and will be trying to, find like the best options and choices to make, etc., and share that. Okay. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon.